Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is The Archivist of Lost Moments. Chapter 1. The Archivist Routine. The Archivist did not sleep, not in the way others did. She rested between moments. In the city beneath the earth, hidden so deep that even roots forgot to stretch so far, time moved differently. There were no clocks here, no sunrise or moonrise. Instead, time was marked by the rhythm of memory, the soft chiming of new arrivals, the glowing pulse of drawers gently filling with things the world above had let slip through the cracks. The archivist moved through her halls, with bare feet and silent grace. She wore a robe of woven shadow and threads of starlight, a garment earned after decades of service to memory itself. Her name had long since been archived, like all things not needed anymore. To the few who still passed her in the winding corridors, she was simply Archivist, a title more enduring than a name. Each night, or what passed for night in the gently illuminated world below, she began her work in the central vault, a chamber so vast it seemed to breathe. Rows upon rows of drawers stretched into the quiet distance, each one humming faintly, lit with the cool blue light of forgotten things. The drawers did not hold papers or artifacts. They held moments, small and silent, but infinitely precious. A dropped umbrella in the rain, never retrieved. A smile offered across a crowded train car, never returned. A name nearly spoken, but swallowed at the last second. A glance between strangers that might have changed everything. Each memory arrived in the form of a soft orb, pulsing like a heartbeat, wrapped in shimmering threads of sensation, laughter, regret, confusion, warmth. The archivist cupped them in her hands and pressed them to the filing glass, where they would unfurl into images and be carefully placed in drawers, lined with velvet shadows. No two drawers were alike. Each responded to the memory it held, its glow shifting in hue, rose gold for joy, pale green for forgotten wonder, deep violet for sorrow never voiced. Tonight, the first orb arrived with the scent of wet earth and a faint note of piano music, a tender moment lost between two old friends who almost remembered how to love each other again. The archivist smiled faintly and pressed the orb to the glass. The drawer accepted it, sighing shut like a satisfied breath. She moved on. The work was meticulous, and though the vault was silent, it was never lonely. The archivist found comfort in solitude, in the careful curation of what others discarded. She had not spoken aloud in years, not since the last apprentice wandered away to chase a forgotten dream of their own. She didn't mind. Silence to her was not emptiness, it was presence, it was listening. Some drawers hummed more insistently than others. Some begged to be opened again. She obliged gently, lifting a moment from decades past. A father waiting in a train station, bouquet in hand, heart full of something that never arrived. She closed the drawer again with reverence, and so the hours passed, if they could be called hours. The archivist worked her way down the aisle of drawers with the grace of someone who had made peace with time. Her fingers hovered briefly over each handle, attuned to the emotions trapped within. Sometimes she wept, not loudly, just a tear or two absorbed by the sleeves of her robe. She considered these tears offerings, like coins left for ferrymen. On a shelf nearby sat a metal kettle, perpetually warm from geothermal heat. At intervals she paused to pour herself a small cup of tea brewed from memory flowers, ghost blossoms that only bloomed in darkness, watered by recollection. The tea tasted faintly of lavender, honey, and something else she could never quite name. She drank it slowly, savoring the pause between moments. The work never ended, but she never rushed it. She understood something few did, that forgotten moments were not mistakes. They were threads in a much larger tapestry, quiet, vital stitches that kept the fabric of life from unraveling entirely. And yet tonight, something felt different. As she filed the last orb from the day's arrivals, a child's laughter caught in the wind and never noticed. She felt the stillness deepen, a pressure in the air, like the pause before a storm or a breath held too long. She turned, expecting nothing, and yet found something, a glowing orb floating unclaimed at the center of the room. No chime had announced its arrival. No thread of sensation trailed from it. It hovered, uncertain, pulsing not with emotion but with possibility. The archivist's brow furrowed. She stepped forward slowly, reverently, as if approaching a sacred object. Her fingers extended, but she did not touch it. Moments were always tied to someone, to something. But this one did not belong. And that, in a city built to remember everything lost, was the most impossible thing of all. Chapter 2. The City Below. The city had no name. Or perhaps it had once, long ago. But like so many other things, the name had been lost and properly filed away in one of the archivist's older drawers, under collective forgettings. It didn't need a name anymore. The people who remained didn't speak often enough to use one. The city below had been carved directly into the rock of the world. Its architecture was not built, but revealed as though it had always existed inside the stone, waiting for patient hands to coax it into form. Curved archways glowed faintly with embedded quartz, and staircases wound downward in wide spirals, lit by bioluminescent mosses that shimmered in slow pulses, like the breathing of the earth itself. This was not a city of noise. It was a city of echoes. Footsteps were muffled, voices were rare, and movement was slow by design. In a place where memory was sacred, people learned to live carefully, to avoid leaving behind more than they meant to. Even the air felt thoughtful, cool, still, heavy with the scent of damp stone and the faint mineral tang of subterranean springs. In some corners of the city, waterfalls trickled down carved walls, flowing into quiet channels that ran beside walkways like silver veins. Everything here was soft, rounded, gentle. The inhabitants, those few who remained, were keepers, tenders, scribes, and watchers. They wore robes in shades of grey and blue, each adorned with subtle embroidery denoting their station. The archivist rarely spoke with them. Their work intersected, but only loosely. While the others managed the flow of recorded knowledge, she dealt with something far more fragile, the moments not written down, the half-lived, the nearly felt, the almost remembered. Still, she knew them. The old watcher, with clouded eyes, who always stood at the edge of the atrium, listening to the vibrations of thought. The young scribe who wrote only in spirals, believing it mirrored the shape of memory. The candle mistress who kept the flame eternal in the hall of first forgettings. Their presence was a comfort, like seeing the same stars each night. Constant, if distant. The city had not always been this empty. Once, it had been a refuge. People from the surface had come seeking shelter from the noise, the chaos, the forgetting. They had arrived in waves, carrying with them stories and sorrows and songs they no longer wanted the world above to reshape. Many stayed, but as decades passed and the surface quieted, they began to leave again, drifting upward, drawn back by curiosity or longing or something else entirely. Only the most devoted remained. The archivist had been one of the first to arrive. She had not always worn robes. Once, she had been someone with a real name, a family, a memory of trees. That had been, what, 100 years? More. Time was pliable here, elastic, measured not in seasons or calendar pages, but in drawers filled, shelves extended, aisles completed. The archivist could no longer recall her first year underground, only that it had felt like exhaling after a lifetime of holding her breath. She had come to the city with a simple purpose, to protect what others forgot. It was not a punishment, it was a calling. And the city welcomed her, enfolded her, trained her in its quiet rituals. She remembered the day she first touched a memory orb, how it had trembled in her hands, fragile and luminous like a soap bubble, echoing with laughter that wasn't hers. She had been afraid she would drop it, that the moment would burst and be lost forever. But it didn't. It let her hold it, and in doing so, it allowed her to let go of everything else. Now, she walked its streets as though she had always belonged. The vaults were an extension of her body. The drawers responded to her touch like old friends. Her presence stirred the city only gently, like a breeze in a dream. And yet, tonight, as she returned from the vault, her senses stretched into the stone around her. Something was different. Not louder, just sharper, a tension in the air, a chord not yet struck. She passed through the whispering arch, a stone structure that usually emitted the quiet sighs of old voices long departed. But tonight, it was silent, listening. She looked up at the ceiling of the city, a dome of layered crystal and stone. It was always twilight here, thanks to the network of refracting stones embedded in the upper cavern. They carried the filtered light from the surface, what little there was downward like threads of spun gold. Tonight, that light flickered strangely, like a candle nearing its end. She paused at the edge of the reflection pool, a mirror-smooth surface of dark water ringed with memory reeds. Here, the city stored the unspoken. You could look into the pool and see the things people meant to say, but never did. The Archivist gazed down, and for the first time in many years, her reflection blinked before she did. Chapter 3. The Lost Whisper. The memory orb hovered where it had no business being. The Archivist stood perfectly still, hands folded within her sleeves, the hem of her robe brushing the stone floor like a sigh. Across the vault's vast expanse, all was quiet save for the soft, rhythmic pulsing of thousands of drawers, each one containing a forgotten moment, glowing gently in the hush. Yet this new arrival glowed differently. It hung in the air, just above the sorting pedestal, drifting slightly from side to side, as if undecided on where to go. The Archivist tilted her head. She could already tell it didn't follow the ordinary rules. Most memory orbs arrived with a subtle drift downward, weightless but purposeful, and responded immediately to her presence, seeking their place, like birds returning to a nest. But this one, resisted categorization. She stepped closer. Its glow was pale gold, but not the shade that denoted joy or fond recollection. No, this hue was thinner, like morning light, struggling through fog. It pulsed faintly, but out of rhythm, as though it didn't quite understand the beat of time. She extended a hand, slowly. The orb did not shy away, nor did it draw closer. It merely hovered, indifferent to her. There was no sensation, no impression of touch or scent or emotion, as there always was with other memories. No echo of a laugh, no sting of regret. It was blank, empty, yet somehow expectant. The Archivist's brow creased. That was impossible. Even the most fragmented moments carried something, a wisp of sound, a flash of color, a scent half remembered, a cracked teacup, a door left ajar, a name whispered too late. Moments came incomplete. Yes, but never hollow. A memory was always a tether to someone or something. This orb had no tether. She lifted her palm and gently guided it toward the filing glass. The surface shimmered in anticipation, an oval pane of crystal that revealed the internal structure of a moment, unraveling its strands so it could be catalogued correctly. The orb hovered an inch from the glass, and then refused. It did not open. It did not spill its contents or shift into form. It simply remained itself whole, closed, untouched. The filing glass dimmed. The Archivist stepped back, something knotting in her chest. It had been decades since she'd felt surprise, and longer still since she'd felt unease. Her entire world was built on patterns, on the quiet logic of memory. This anomaly was something else. She turned and crossed the vault to the central registry, a large circular table ringed with shallow bowls of silver mercury. One by one, she touched them, searching the archive's living index. Her fingers moved with practiced ease, tracing sigils and commands into the mercury's surface. No map, no owner, no origin, no emotional resonance, no temporal tether. She tried deeper queries reaching into shared recollections, group moments, lost futures. Nothing. The orb did not belong to anyone, not even the dead. She stood in silence for a long time, listening. Sometimes, when she was quiet enough, the archive spoke back through soft drawer shifts, glimmers of memory echoing through the vault, like birds rustling in distant trees. But tonight, even the drawers were quiet, as though the entire city were holding its breath. She walked back to the floating orb, her movements slower now, more cautious. She circled it, studied its pulse. It was accelerating, ever so slightly. Its light flared the moment she stepped closer. "Who forgot you?" she whispered. Her voice felt foreign in the great hall, like it had been tucked into a drawer of its own and forgotten for years. The orb shimmered, but offered no answer. She retrieved a containment vial from the shelf, blown from whisper glass, strong enough to hold even the most volatile memories. She opened it, and the orb at last responded. It drifted forward with sudden calm and settled inside without resistance. The moment the lid was sealed, the vial grew warm in her hands. She placed it on her workbench and stood staring at it for a long time. A lost whisper, but no mouth had spoken it, no mind had formed it, no heart had felt it, and still it waited for something or someone. That night, the archivist did not continue her rounds. She brewed no tea. She did not weep or sigh, or fold herself into the stillness of the city. She simply sat before the vial, watching its strange golden glow flicker against the stone walls. And though she didn't understand why, she knew something had changed. Something was coming. Chapter 4. Consulting the glass. The orb sat upon the workbench like a question no language could shape. Throughout the city, the vaults were resting, the drawers had quieted, the glow had dimmed. It was the hour when nothing stirred, not even thought. And yet, the archivist remained awake. She sat cross-legged before the glass-topped table in her private chamber, the lost whisper contained in its whisper glass vial between her palms. It vibrated faintly, not with urgency, but with presence. It wanted to be known, but it didn't yet know how. The archivist lit the memory lamp, a delicate structure of etched crystal filled with oil drawn from the roots of the Remember My reeds that grew only at the city's deepest edge. The lamp flickered with a soft blue flame, and the shadows in the room grew thoughtful as though leaning in to listen. Before her, embedded into the surface of the table, was the memory glass, a polished circle of obsidian layered with veined quartz, its surface shifting like moonlight underwater. The glass was ancient, older even than the archivist herself, and attuned not to facts or words, but to impressions, the subtle weight of what had been felt but never spoken. No one truly knew how it worked. It did not read memories as a book might be read. It allowed them to emerge, coaxed forward like shy animals from a thicket. It demanded patience, reverence, and above all, humility. The archivist placed the vial at the center of the circle and laid her hands, palms down on either side. She inhaled once, deeply, letting her breath fall in rhythm with the soft pulse of the flame. Then she spoke the invocation. Let what is veiled be seen. Let what is silent be heard. Let what is forgotten speak, if it so chooses. The glass shimmered. Colors emerged slowly, like ink dropped into clear water. Pale strands of gold and ivory unraveled from the orb and began to weave across the surface. The archivist watched, still and alert. Usually, this was the moment a memory offered its shape, a flicker of a face, a flash of light, a sound. But this time, the strands did not converge into any clear form. They moved in loops, never intersecting, like threads searching for a loom that didn't exist. Still, she waited. Sometimes, it took time. The glass did not operate on will, but willingness. After several long minutes, the strands shifted, not into an image, but into a sensation, a weightless falling, like stepping into fog or being suspended between waking and sleep. Then, a sound, not a voice, not quite, a breath, caught at the edge of a word. The archivist leaned closer. Her heart, usually a quiet metronome, beat a little faster. It was not a memory. It was a moment waiting to become one. That, too, should have been impossible. The archivist had catalogued 500,000 lost things in her lifetime. She knew the language of incompletion, interrupted kisses, unsent letters, deaths that came too soon. But those had occurred. They were fragments, not fictions. Broken branches from real trees. But this moment had never happened. And yet, it existed. How could something be forgotten if it had never been lived? She whispered aloud, not to the glass, but to the presence that hovered just outside her understanding. What are you? The orb pulsed. A sudden image flared in the glass, brief, jagged, painfully bright. A door, barely open, light pouring through, dust in the air, a figure, a silhouette. But before the shape could resolve, it vanished. The strands dissolved like mist. The glass went still. The flame in the lamp flickered sideways, as if pushed by a wind that should not have been. The archivist pulled her hands away, fingertips tingling. Something about the door lingered in her mind. Not a memory, not a premonition. Something more primal, like a... She stared down at the vial. The orb inside no longer shimmered idly. It now rotated gently on its own axis, its glow stabilizing, steady, waiting. The ritual had not answered her question, but it had made something clear. The orb was not lost. It had been sent, and she was meant to find it. That night she left the orb sealed, placed in a stasis cradle beside her sleeping mat. She did not rest. Instead, she sat beside it, fingers pressed lightly to the floor, feeling the hum of the city's stone bones beneath her. She knew what came next, not in words, but in the silent certainty that her work had changed. The drawers would have to wait. Tomorrow, she would return to the old wing. Tomorrow, she would find the path not taken. Chapter 5. The Drawer That Won't Close. Morning in the city below came not with sunlight, but with a shift in the air. The temperature dipped slightly. The vault lanterns brightened their bioluminescent glow by a fraction, and the mosses along the stone corridors exhaled a scent like cool mint and memory. The archivist rose slowly, her joints whispering complaints from a night spent unsleeping. The orb sat where she had left it in its cradle of softened stone, pulsing faintly, like a heart unsure of its rhythm. She held it again, barehanded, this time. Its warmth had stabilized. Not hot, not cold, neutral, balanced. Still unreadable, but she had made a decision. She would file it anyway. She wrapped the orb in a slip of memory silk, a translucent cloth woven from forgotten lullabies, and carried it through the vault in silence. Around her, the drawers dozed, like contented animals. Some emitted soft chimes as she passed, as if sensing her presence, her unease. The orb's weight in her hands was misleading. It was not heavy in mass, but it bore the gravity of something important. She felt it pulling at her thoughts, drawing out old echoes. The drawer hall she entered was a narrow corridor reserved for anomalies, tangled recollections, shared dreams, things that didn't fit standard indexing. It was a place for quiet puzzles. She chose drawer C7D, an old, rarely visited compartment designed for temporally displaced fragments, moments that belonged to one time but surfaced in another. Perhaps the orb was just that, a displaced shard of someone's future. She opened the drawer. A soft sigh escaped it, a gust of air carrying the scent of salt and rosemary. Inside, other orbs floated in their assigned slots. Soft greens, pale pinks, warm coppers. The forgotten first steps of a child, a song hummed only once, a hand almost held. She placed the new orb among them, tucking it gently into the empty center. Then she reached to close the drawer, and it refused. Not with force, not violently, but with a slow, steady resistance, like trying to close a book that still had something left to say. The mechanism caught halfway and stopped. The orb inside flared just once, and the entire row of drawers flickered in response. A hum spread outward like ripples in deep water. The archivist stepped back. She waited. When the glow settled, she tried again. Still, the drawer would not close. She withdrew the orb. Its light had changed. Brighter now, almost luminous. The glass shimmered in her hand, and her skin tingled, as though memory were pressing back against her fingers. A sound escaped it, soft, brief, a single word, too faint to discern, too sudden to catch. She held her breath and listened. Nothing. Silence. She returned the orb to the drawer. But this time, the other orbs shifted away from it, subtly repelled, like magnets with mismatched poles. The drawer stood half open, humming slightly, as if to say, no, not here, not like this. The archivist stood still for a long while, staring at the drawer's soft glow. In all her decades, this had never happened. Drawers didn't refuse. They obeyed. They knew. Their magic, if it could be called that, was not in their power, but in their understanding. But this drawer did not understand the orb, which meant the orb did not belong here, which meant she might have to go somewhere else. A slow breath filled her lungs. She closed her eyes and tilted her head upward toward the high, stone ceiling of the vault. Somewhere above, far above, the surface world waited, forgotten, quiet, but perhaps not entirely still. She left the drawer open, she left the orb in its cradle, and she walked the long way back to her chamber, passing beneath archways older than memory. As she passed the Hall of Fragments, a drawer on the eastern wall creaked open of its own accord and spilled a tiny wisp of sound, the flutter of birds' wings. Then silence. The city was reacting. The moment was growing. That night, when she returned to her sleeping mat, she found the orb hovering just above it. Not placed, waiting. And for the first time in 100 years, the Archivist dreamed of sky. Chapter 6. Echoes of the Surface. The dream lingered. It clung to her skin like dew, even long after she awoke. The Archivist lay still on her mat, staring at the curved ceiling of her chamber, where delicate constellations of phosphorescent moss glowed in slow pulses. In the dream, there had been wind. Not the underground breezes that flowed through the vented corridors, chilled and recycled and faintly metallic. No, this wind had warmth, weight, purpose. It had smelled of wildflowers, open water, petrichor, and in the center of it all, a sky, an open blue so wide it made her heart ache. She hadn't seen the sky in 100 years. The Archivist rose slowly. The orb had returned to its cradle beside her mat, quiet again but not asleep. Its glow was steady now, and as she passed it, she felt a small tug in the space between her ribs. It wasn't physical, but emotional, a gravitational pull, not toward the orb itself, but towards something beyond it, something above. She dressed in her robe, tracing her fingers along the embroidered hem, a map of constellations no longer visible from where she lived. She had once known their names. As she stepped into the corridor, the vault felt different. Subtle things were changing. The drawers, usually silent unless opened, hummed faintly. The air carried a trace of warmth it shouldn't have. And in the far distance, she heard what might have been birdsong. Birdsong had no place in the city below. She turned, slowly, toward the atrium of recovered light, a tall circular chamber at the city's heart. It was the only place where surface light filtered and softened through miles of quartz and stone, reached directly into the underground. She hadn't been there in years. As she walked the winding path, the city unfolded around her like a half-forgotten melody. The domed passageways shimmered with mineral veins. Stone gardens bloomed in silence, watered by memory pools. Walls bore carvings no one could read anymore. Glyphs from when the city was first built, when people still remembered what they were trying to forget. When she entered the atrium, she stopped breathing for a moment. The light was different. Normally, it fell in quiet columns of diluted gold, casting the room in a gentle dusk. But now, it was brighter, sharper. It struck the floor in beams that almost glittered, as if the quartz above had been polished by something sudden, like rain. She remembered the sound of it tapping against windows, rolling down rooftops, the earthy scent it left behind. It rushed through her memory like music. At the center of the atrium stood the memory tree, a sculpture of polished obsidian and glass branches, each leaf a shard of someone's moment. It grew only when a memory was too beautiful to forget entirely. The leaves chimed softly in the windless air, except now, they were moving, just slightly, quivering, as if touched by a breeze that no longer existed down here. The Archivist stepped closer. Her hand reached out, not to touch, but to feel. A flicker passed through her, a memory that was not her own. A pair of bare feet on summer grass, laughter, a kite caught in the wind, someone calling out a name she didn't recognize, but her heart answered anyway. The sensation vanished as quickly as it had come, but it left behind a certainty she could not explain. The surface was calling, not just through the orb, but through the city itself. The archive, her life's work, was awakening, and something had breached the boundary between above and below. She stepped back. The orb pulsed again in her mind, even though it remained in its cradle, far from this chamber. She could feel its longing now, not as a need to be stored or preserved, but to be fulfilled, to be lived. She left the atrium without a word, without her usual ritual bow to the memory tree. She passed through echoing corridors, past murals of the surface that once inspired those who chose to leave it behind. Her feet knew the path even before her mind fully realized it. She was walking toward the sealed shaft, the old elevator, the ascent that had been closed for a century. She hadn't even considered it for years. Now it was the only direction that made sense. As she passed through the final corridor, a drawer she had never touched before, marked only by a silver spiral, slid open behind her, unprompted. Inside, a single orb glowed a familiar pale gold. Another whisper, waiting. Chapter 7, The Path Forgotten. The shaft was deeper than memory and older than her silence. The Archivist stood before the sealed entrance, a vast circular door carved from obsidian-veined granite, inset with a symbol she had only seen in the most ancient tomes, a stylized spiral crossed with a single line, the mark of thresholds. No one had passed through this gate in 100 years. Not since the last surface pilgrimage, when 5 Archivists had ascended into the world above and never returned. After that, the door had been sealed, both physically and spiritually marked as untouchable. Sacred, dormant, but nothing sacred stays silent forever. The air in this chamber was colder, laced with forgotten dust. The lanterns on the walls, unlike the rest of the vault, were not alive. These were powered by old crystal coils, long depleted. She had to light a flame by hand, an act that felt strangely vulnerable, strangely human. The flickering light threw her shadow high upon the sealed stone, tall and wavering. She studied the door. It had no handle, no lock, only a hollow at its center, the size and shape of a memory orb. She drew the lost whisper from her satchel. It pulsed faintly, as though it recognized where she had brought it. Still, she hesitated. To open the shaft would not simply be to unseal a passage. It would mean leaving, not forever, perhaps, but stepping beyond the boundary of what she had built her life upon. Solitude, stewardship, silence. The surface was a world of noise, of interruption, of change. She had not wanted change. Not then, not for a long time. And yet, here she was. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and pressed the orb into the hollow. The effect was immediate, not violent, but deep. The stone groaned with a sound like shifting glaciers. Dust lifted into the air in soft spirals. Lines of light, long dormant, lit up beneath the surface of the door, tracing ancient circuitry, an intertwining of stonecraft and memory work. The spiral began to turn. Not all at once, slowly, as though remembering how. She stepped back as the entire door rotated inward with deliberate grace, revealing not a corridor, but a platform, a circular lift, rimmed with silver railings. It descended into darkness, and above, there was nothing but a shaft stretching upward into shadow. The ascent path. She hadn't realized how tall the chamber was until she looked up, her breath caught in her throat. Somewhere far above, the ceiling gave way to light, a distant gleam, barely visible, a suggestion of sky. She stepped onto the lift. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the orb, still embedded in the hollow behind her, flared, and the lift began to rise. There was no sound but the soft grind of stone on stone. The shaft passed in circular shadows. She rose past chambers she had only read about. The Hall of First Arrival, where the original Archivists once gathered. The Gallery of Unfiled Sorrows, where some moments were too fragile to be stored. Her chest ached with a quiet, solemn joy. She had read of this journey, dreamed of it in her earliest training, but she had never believed she would take it. Not her. She had been the one who stayed, the one who remained. Higher. The air grew thinner. The moss-lit glow of the city faded into memory. She rose into the places where silence became something sharper. The lift trembled once, not dangerously, but as if acknowledging the weight of what she carried. When it stopped, it did so in absolute stillness. She stood before another door, simpler, older. This one was made of wood, surface wood, preserved and polished by time, etched with rings like age itself. There was no lock, only a handle. She reached for it, pausing with her fingers inches away. This was the moment between what was and what would be. She felt the orb hum in her satchel. She closed her fingers around the handle and turned. The door creaked open. Light poured in. Real light. Sunlight. Unfiltered, wild, golden. It struck her eyes like a forgotten language. She stumbled back a step, blinking furiously, tears welling before she understood why. It wasn't just brightness. It was color. It was wind. It was birds. She stepped outside. The sky opened above her like a vast, remembered truth. And for the first time in 100 years, the Archivist of lost moments stood beneath it. Chapter 8. The Cracked Door. The door hung open behind her, as if afraid to close. The Archivist stood still on the threshold, bathed in sunlight that fell in golden sheets across her face and hands. It was not the muted glow of quartz-filtered radiance, not the solemn hush of the archive's eternal twilight. This was sunlight, as it truly was, alive, restless, filled with motion. She blinked against it, dazed. Her eyes, accustomed to shadow and shimmer, struggled to interpret the world now exploding into view. The sky above was impossibly large. It felt wrong, at first. Too open, too uncontained. It stretched in every direction without boundary or ceiling. A dome so vast her chest tightened in protest. The clouds drifted slowly, their shadows casting enormous moving shapes across the hills beyond. She had read of this, of course, studied the concept of horizon, memorized the names of cloud types, catalogued the memory of rainfall, but it was another thing entirely to stand beneath it. The earth beneath her feet was covered in soft green grass, yes, overgrown, wild. It came up to her knees in some places. Dotted among it were wildflowers in indigo, yellow, and white, nodding gently in the breeze. A real breeze carrying with it the scent of damp earth and growing things. She stepped forward, one hesitant foot, then another, her robes dark and layered, snagged on thistle and thorn. She was dressed for shadows, not sun. The fabric drank in the heat, heavy with the weight of her former world. She reached a hand toward a patch of tall grass. Brushing it gently, it recoiled, then swayed back. There was life here, movement not guided by memory, but by wind and will. To her left stood the structure that had once marked the surface gate, a squat stone tower, half swallowed by ivy and creeping vines. Its windows were empty hollows now, its bell tower crumbled. The doorframe she had just exited was cracked down the middle, split long ago by roots pushing their way between stones. Time had reclaimed this place, and yet, something about the tower felt aware, as though it had been waiting, silently, for someone to return. She took a deep breath. The air tasted different. It filled her lungs with something more than oxygen. It was layered with pollen, birdsong, and the faintest trace of memory. She turned in a slow circle, surveying the landscape. Ruins dotted the valley below, half-sunken houses with collapsed roofs, walls carpeted in moss. Nature had been the patient artist, softening every edge, painting everything with lichen and vine. It was beautiful, and it was lonely, yet not empty. The Archivist closed her eyes. She could feel the pulse again, the same one the orb had given off, only larger now, fainter, yes, but widespread. Moments were here, untouched, unfiled. The surface still held countless forgotten fragments, drifting loose and unanchored, not yet lost, but not quite remembered either. And among them, something was calling. A flicker brushed the edge of her mind. The door from the memory glass vision, just a flash, but clearer this time. Sunlight through wood slats, a dusty floor, a hand reaching toward a latch, a voice, unformed but near. She turned north instinctively toward a gentle rise in the land. There, beyond the slope, a line of trees stretched upward, barely more than silhouettes from here, but unmistakable. A forest. She had seen paintings of trees, diagrams, catalogued bark textures, and leaf shapes. But these were real, and they waited. She took one step forward, then another, down the cracked stone path, leading from the ruined tower to the wild plain. Birds scattered from the tall grass at her approach, startled into flight, small dark shapes etched against a too-blue sky. Her steps grew steadier as she walked. Each one felt like a moment not forgotten, but reclaimed. She did not look back at the cracked door, not yet. Because for the first time in 100 years, the Archivist was not walking away from lost things. She was walking toward them. Chapter 9. First Light. The sun moved. That should not have startled her, but it did. The Archivist stood halfway down the sloping path beyond the tower, watching as the light shifted across the land. Shadows lengthened, turning the golden grass into waves of gold and deep green. She had always known, intellectually, that the sun moved through the sky, orbital rotation, axial tilt, terms from her old textbooks. But to see it in motion was something else entirely. It changed everything. The city below had taught her to believe in stasis, in the stillness of stone and the slow rhythm of drawers opening and closing. But here, the world breathed. It moved with a rhythm outside of memory, not collected, but ongoing. She descended the hill. Each step down the wild path brought new textures, new sounds. Grass hissed against her robes. Pebbles shifted underfoot. Small insects darted through sunbeams with iridescent wings, and once, a rabbit darted across the path and vanished into a thicket, leaving only a brief indentation in the earth where its body had pressed. No walls, no ceiling, no predictable perimeter. She passed the remains of an old bench, stone legs, and a slatted wooden seat, weathered and overtaken by moss. On impulse she sat. Her body welcomed the pause, but her mind did not. For a moment, she simply sat in the open. She had never realized how much space could be felt. The orb in her satchel pulsed again, gentle, steady, like a heartbeat trying to match her own. She laid a hand on the pouch and closed her eyes. A whisper rose, not from the orb this time, but from the world around her. Not in words, but in presence. This was what it meant to feel unfiled life. Moments unfolding without containment, a child's laughter caught by wind, a fox emerging from underbrush, a shadow falling across a ruined wall. None of it preserved, all of it alive. She opened her eyes. Beyond the bench, a small path twisted through a copse of saplings, their branches trembling in the soft wind. She followed it without question, guided more by sensation than sight. Something about the light through the leaves felt familiar, not in memory, but in emotion, as if she had once dreamed of walking through this very grove. When the trees opened again, they revealed a clearing. In its center stood a house, collapsed in places, but still standing. The windows were broken, the front porch half-caved, and ivy wrapped around the chimney like a serpent climbing toward the sky. But there was something about it. She stepped closer. A door hung slightly ajar, its frame crooked, and there, in the threshold, was the light she had seen in the vision, slanting through the cracks in just the same way, falling on a floor strewn with dust and leaves. Her breath caught. This was the place. She didn't know how she knew, only that the orb in her satchel had grown warm. She pushed the door gently. It creaked open with the soft reluctance of wood unused for decades. Inside, the air smelled of age, sun-warmed rot, paper, dust, and something sweet and sharp, memory, perhaps. The floor creaked beneath her weight. Light spilled across it, illuminating fragments of a life once lived. A rusted teapot, the skeleton of a piano, the edges of paper curling in the corners of the room. Cobwebs hung like ghostly curtains. And there in the center of the room was a chair, not grand, just placed, facing the door, as if someone had once waited in it. She stepped toward it and sat. The light fell on her face, and something opened. Not a drawer, not a recollection, but a feeling, a wordless emotion, rising unbidden, longing for something not known, not named, for a voice that had never spoken, for a path never taken. She removed the orb from her satchel. It hovered of its own accord, glowing brighter than ever. Then, finally, it cracked. Not shattered, not broken, but opened. A thin seam formed down the center, and from within, light spilled out, not golden, but silver white, the color of untouched memory. The room around her shifted slightly, as if becoming more real. And in that moment, the Archivist understood. This memory had never belonged to anyone, because it was waiting to be lived. Chapter 10. A city asleep. The streets remembered her, even if they didn't know her name. She stepped out of the memory house, in the soft hush of late afternoon. The light had shifted again, warmer now. longer shadows, and the orb had gone dim. Not inert, just satisfied, as if it had completed the first part of its purpose. In the distance, beyond the overgrown trees, the shape of a once living place emerged. The city, what remained of it. She walked toward it slowly, the path crumbling beneath wild roots. And time. Weeds pushed through cracks in the pavement. The bones of old lamp posts leaned at odd angles. Cars abandoned decades ago rested in crooked silence, rusting beneath layers of ivy and moss. Trees had claimed sidewalks, vines climbed brick. Buildings sighed into themselves. But it was not dead, just sleeping. She passed a bookstore whose windows were shattered, but whose shelves still held stories. A child's bicycle lay tipped beneath a bench, both nearly swallowed by time. In a faded cafe, cups still sat on tables, as if someone had stepped away mid-conversation and never returned. And yet there was no fear, no feeling of disaster, no sense of violence or tragedy. The Archivist felt only absence, stretched across the landscape like a silk sheet. The city had not been destroyed. It had been forgotten. As she wandered its quiet streets, she realized that memory lived in the spaces between things, not in the buildings themselves, but in the air, in the light, in the quiet, where voices used to be. A mural on a wall depicted a sunrise, cracked and peeling, but still radiant. Beneath it scrawled in faint, chalky handwriting, "Don't forget to come back." She stopped. Her fingers traced the fading words. Had someone meant it? Had someone left, hoping to return? She turned down a side street. Wind stirred old curtains in a shattered window. Somewhere, a bell rang faintly. Wind or rusted metal, she couldn't tell. The orb in her satchel remained quiet. But the city was not. She began to feel it. Not movement, but presence. Not ghosts, but impressions. Like a crowd had just passed a moment ago, just around the corner. A sense that if she turned fast enough, she might glimpse a figure hurrying away. A laugh in the air. A door swinging shut. She paused outside an old library. The doors stood half open. Her instincts pulled her toward it, but not the way the orb had. This was something subtler, a professional curiosity. Inside, shafts of light cut through the dimness. Dust motes floated like golden memory spores. Shelves leaned, paper yellowed and curled. She ran her hand along a table, stirring dust and something else. A feeling, not hers. It came suddenly, full-bodied, unbidden. A young woman, brown coat, notebook in hand, sitting at this very table, lips pressed in thought. Across from her, a man she didn't quite know but wanted to. Their knees almost touched. Words were forming. Almost. The Archivist stepped back. Breath caught. The orb hadn't stirred. This memory hadn't come from it. The city was offering its own. Moments still drifted in the air here, unattached but unwilling to fade. 1,000 almost suspended in time. A library full of held breaths and unfinished thoughts. A street full of people who meant to return. A park bench where no one sat anymore, but where joy once almost happened. She exited slowly. As she stepped onto a central square, its fountain long dry, its pigeons replaced by tall weeds, a flicker caught her eye. Far down the avenue, a figure, still, watched too far to make out. She froze. The figure didn't move, didn't beckon, but stood like something waiting, or someone lost. And then, with the next blink, it was gone. The Archivist did not chase it. She only stood in the empty square, heart steady, but hands suddenly cold, and understood something deeper. She was not the only one awake. Chapter 11. The Memory Garden. It began with a scent, not the sharp tang of rust, or the loamy breath of overgrown stone, but something gentler, warm and green, edged with sweetness, the kind of scent that lives in dreams, more than gardens. The Archivist paused mid-step in the quiet street and tilted her head. Jasmine? No, something older. She followed it without thinking, like a child drawn by the promise of something half-remembered, past a sunken post office, through an alley, overtaken by ivy and silence, across a footbridge half swallowed by willow branches, and there it was, the garden. She stopped, just beyond the arching gate. It had once been walled, but time and roots had pulled the stone into ruin. Moss crept through cracks. Vines twisted through iron, and yet within the broken boundary bloomed something more vital than decay. The space opened like a breath held too long. Light filtered through swaying trees, casting dappled patterns across soft grass and flower beds. But these were no ordinary flowers. They glowed. Each bloom shimmered with a faint inner light. Some golden, some silver, some flickering like candle flame. They swayed not with the breeze but with something else. Something subtler. Emotion. The archivist stepped forward, heart caught between reverence and awe. The air felt alive here, rich with warmth and a strange clarity that made her chest ache. The orb in her satchel vibrated once, then still. It was no longer guiding her. The garden was. She approached the nearest blossom, a small white flower, trembling faintly. As she neared, it unfurled a little wider, and a faint voice whispered, not in her ears, but in her mind. You almost turned around, but you didn't. The petals dimmed gently. The moment faded. The archivist's eyes welled with sudden tears. These weren't memories, as she had known them. Archived, extracted, filed away for safekeeping. These were living moments, rooted, blossoming. Each flower a memory that had never found a home in a drawer, but had taken root in the soil of the world itself. She walked slowly between the beds. A blue blossom sang faintly with the sound of distant piano keys and the scent of rain on asphalt. A deep red flower flickered with laughter, sharp, bright, almost defiant. A cluster of soft violet blooms pulsed with the gentle grief of someone watching another walk away, too proud to call them back. Everywhere, she felt stories, not told. Felt, and then she saw it. At the far end of the garden stood a tree. It rose from the center of a circular clearing, its bark a blend of silver and black, its leaves translucent and veined with light. But what drew her in were its fruits. They glowed like the orbs in her archive, but not confined. They pulsed freely, suspended from branches like slow heartbeats. She stepped closer, drawn without hesitation. Each fruit held a memory not yet lived, a future that had pressed so strongly against the mind of someone that it took shape before time could catch it. Some were still bright, others had dimmed to embers. One had gone entirely dark. She reached for one, then stopped herself. Archivists did not take moments. They witnessed. They preserved. But now, she wasn't sure what she was anymore. A soft rustle to her right drew her attention. She turned, and again, a figure stood at the garden's edge. Closer this time, still, watching. The archivist did not move. The figure was slight, young, barefoot, hair tousled by wind. Their face was turned slightly as if listening to something beyond her. Then, without a word, the figure turned and walked away. Not vanishing this time, just walking into the trees beyond the garden. The archivist followed. Not because the orb pulsed, not because the drawers called her to, but because she wanted to. Chapter 12. The Boy with No Memories. The trees closed behind her like a breath held in reverse. The archivist followed the boy, without haste. Her footsteps light on the moss-carpeted path. He didn't run, didn't speak, didn't glance over his shoulder. He moved like someone who wasn't used to being followed, but wasn't surprised either, as though he had been waiting for her long before she had known to come. The forest was quiet in that expectant way that made it feel sacred. Light filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, catching on particles of dust and pollen that floated like thoughts in the air. Beneath her feet, the earth was soft, almost springy, and the deeper she moved into the trees, the more the world seemed to narrow into stillness. The boy finally stopped in a small clearing. He stood at its center, hands at his sides, head tilted slightly upward, as if listening to a sound she couldn't hear. The sunlight hit him fully now. Pale skin, bare feet, a shirt too large for his frame. His hair was wind-mussed, and though he looked young, perhaps 15 or 16, his eyes, when he finally turned to meet hers, carried the depth of someone who had been waiting a very long time. They stared at each other in silence. Then he spoke, his voice quiet but clear. "You're not from here," the archivist nodded. "No. You came from underground." Not a question. "Yes." He tilted his head, considering her. "Why?" She hesitated. Her fingers brushed the satchel at her side. I found a memory, one that didn't belong to anyone. His gaze didn't waver. That's mine, I think. It shouldn't have been possible, and yet she knew it was true. He took a step forward, then another, until they stood only a pace apart. She studied him more closely now. His face was familiar in that strange way dreams sometimes are, not because she had seen it before, but because it belonged in this story, somehow. You don't remember who you are? She asked softly. He shook his head. Not really, just pieces, feelings, places, but not my name, not my voice, not where I came from. She reached slowly into her satchel and withdrew the orb, the same one that had refused every draw that had drawn her from the world below. It pulsed faintly in her palm. The boy's eyes widened. He didn't reach for it. He just looked at it, the way one might look at the moon after too many nights underground. I think that's me, he said again, voice breaking slightly. The archivist watched him closely. And yet you've lived, you've walked, you've found the garden. I didn't find it, he said. I woke up there. In the garden, he nodded. Beneath the tree. I don't remember lying down. I don't remember anything before that. I just opened my eyes and the light was there. And then, I walked. I don't know why. The archivist held out the orb. He didn't take it. He only looked at her and whispered, "If I touch it, will I remember?" She didn't answer immediately, because she didn't know. This moment had never occurred before. She had no precedent, no ritual, no shelf to place it on. She was out of drawers now, out of definitions. What stood before her wasn't a memory forgotten, but a memory unclaimed, like a story that had begun before its author arrived. Instead, she said, "Do you want to remember?" He blinked, uncertain. What if I don't like what I find? The sun shifted above them. The wind rustled the leaves in a way that sounded eerily like pages turning. The archivist lowered her hand and let the orb settle between them on the moss. "Then we remember it together," she said. The boy sat across from her. Neither spoke. The orb floated gently, glowing steady and soft, like the beginning of a thought neither of them had yet dared to speak aloud. And the forest held its breath. Chapter 13. The Broken Moment. The orb hovered in the space between them, gently rotating, casting soft rings of light that rippled across the moss like water disturbed by thought. The boy sat cross-legged, spine straight but shoulders tense, eyes fixed on the glowing sphere as if it might vanish if he looked away. The archivist sat opposite, her hands resting on her knees, her expression unreadable, but her breath was quiet, measured. She had been trained to meet moments like this with stillness, but there had never been a moment like this. The orb pulsed once, then again, faster. The glow brightened. Then, without warning, it cracked open. Not a shatter, not destruction, but a fracture, like a seed bursting in spring. Light spilled from the fault line, silver, blue, gold, casting silhouettes of leaves and bone and memory across the trees. The boy flinched. The archivist did not move. A sound echoed in the clearing. Laughter. Faint at first, then louder. A child's laughter, full and unguarded. It rippled through the air like music, half remembered. Then, the light formed the image of a woman, young, freckled, her eyes bright with mischief. She reached out a hand toward the boy, her fingers brushing his in midair. He gasped and leaned forward instinctively. "I know her. I think I—" The image stuttered. A sharp flash of light broke the flow, and the woman's face blurred, glitched, vanished. A pause. Then, running footsteps. Another moment rose from the orb. The boy, younger, no more than 10, running down a sunlit hallway, books spilling from his arms, a door slamming behind him. Then, static. The memory trembled. Another flash, this one, violent. A roar of wind. A shout, unintelligible. The orb flickered and collapsed inward, dimming sharply. The projected images splintered, fell like ash into the moss. The boy fell back onto his hands, breath ragged. What? What was that? The archivist leaned forward slowly, steadying him with one hand. Fragments, she said, pieces of a memory that never finished forming, or was never given the chance to. It felt real, he whispered, like something just out of reach, like it wants me to remember. She nodded. It does, but it's not whole. That's why it came to me. It was looking for a place to live and someone to remember it. He looked at her, eyes wide. Was that my family? That woman? I don't know, but she knew you. The orb now floated lower, dim, gently pulsing, weakened. The boy stared at it. Why is it broken? The archivist hesitated. It may not be broken. It may have always been like this. Sometimes, moments are lost before they can fully form, before they have the chance to become memory. Then, where do they go? Nowhere. Not unless someone remembers them. He was silent for a long while. Then, can it be fixed? She looked up at the canopy overhead, where sunlight filtered through in fragments, shapes shifting with the breeze. I don't know, she said, but I think it wants to be, and I think you're the only one who can. The boy lowered his eyes to the orb, then reached out slower this time, without fear. His fingers brushed the surface, and suddenly, his breath hitched. A porch at twilight, the smell of cinnamon, a hand in his hair, ruffling it gently. You'll be all right, little wild thing, he gasped. Then it was gone. He pulled back, tears in his eyes. I don't know what's real, he whispered. The archivist's voice was gentle. That doesn't mean it isn't. Silence settled between them again, but not empty. Full, tense with the weight of unfinished things. She could feel it now, growing stronger, the pull of something waiting. The orb was not just revealing the past. It was pointing them forward, not to a drawer, but to a door. And the only way through was together. Chapter 14, Piecing the Silence. The boy walked ahead this time. His pace was slow, uncertain, not the aimless drifting of someone lost, but the halting rhythm of someone almost remembering. He moved as if his feet knew more than his mind, as if his body remembered roads his name had forgotten. The archivist followed, one pace behind. She did not guide him. She simply watched, listened, and felt the subtle pull of the fractured memory in the satchel at her side. The orb's glow had dulled to a faint ember now, no longer trying to reveal, but respond. It pulsed gently, like breath, alive, but resting. Ahead, the trees thinned. Beyond the last row of maples, the forest gave way to what had once been a neighborhood, though time had softened it into something more like a garden of ruins. Houses leaned at awkward angles, their bones exposed to sun and moss. Fences sagged, power lines hung low, trailing ivy instead of electricity. Yet here, more than anywhere else on the surface, there was feeling. The archivist felt it immediately, a tightness in her chest, like standing at the threshold of someone else's grief. The air carried the weight of memory, thick and silent. The boy stopped in front of a low yellow house, its porch caved on one side, its front door hanging slightly open. He didn't speak, he just stared. The archivist joined him. Do you know this place? She asked softly. He didn't answer. He stepped through the open door. Inside, dust swirled in sunbeams that poured through broken windows. Wallpaper peeled in curls. A child's crayon drawing remained taped to one cracked wall, faded nearly white, its shapes barely visible. A table still stood in the center of the room, covered in old water rings, and the ghost of a meal long gone. He ran a hand over its surface. His fingers trembled. A voice, once, "Don't forget to clean up after you draw, okay?" A laugh. "I won't. I promise." He flinched and pulled his hand away. The archivist opened her satchel and withdrew the orb. It flickered faintly, like a candle struggling against wind. "I think this is one of the places it broke," she said. The boy turned to her, eyes wide. "It broke here? Not the orb, the moment," she said. "Somewhere between who you were and who you became." She moved to the far corner of the room, where an overturned bookshelf rested beside a broken lamp. Gently, she knelt and touched the wooden floorboards. The orb flared, and from it rose the faintest echo. "You're gonna do great things. You know that? You have to." The voice, older now, male, tired. The boy's hands clenched at his sides. "I know that voice," he whispered, "but I don't know who it is." The archivist nodded, her voice low. "Sometimes the people closest to us become the hardest to remember, because when they leave, They don't just take themselves. They take pieces of you. He sat down suddenly, hard as if the floor had buckled under the weight of something unspoken. I feel like there's a hole in my head, he said, like I'm built around something missing, and no matter what I do, I just keep walking in circles around it. She looked at him for a long moment. You're not walking in circles, she said. You're drawing closer. He blinked. She held up the orb again. This moment, your moment, it was never fully lived. It paused itself. That's what you've been circling, the place where you stopped being a memory and became a question. He looked at her, hollow and hopeful at once. And what happens if I answer it? That's what we're here to find out. That night they made a small camp in the overgrown garden behind the house. The archivist sat with the orb between them, its light flickering now with images they couldn't quite make out. A porch swing, a closed journal, shoes waiting by a door. The boy slept fitfully, mumbling fragments of words. She didn't write them down. Not yet. Instead, she watched the stars return one by one above the branches. She had never filed a moment like this. She didn't plan to, because she no longer knew if it belonged in a drawer or in a life. Chapter 15. The choice to remember. Dawn came quietly. It touched the garden first, softening the edges of broken fence posts, gilding spiderwebs between branches, warming the stone path where grass had begun to grow through the cracks. The archivist sat cross-legged beside the fire's smoldering remains, her hands wrapped around a cup of brewed root tea from herbs she recognized but had not tasted in decades. The boy had woken early. Now he stood near the center of the yard, gazing out toward the horizon. He hadn't spoken yet. The orb hovered between them on a flat stone, no longer flickering wildly. It had grown calm, almost settled, but something had changed. Over the last 2 days, the orb had begun to pull less toward memory and more into it. The fractured images had become more coherent, less like broken glass, and more like reflections on still water. Names were forming, faces stayed longer. The past had started finding its way home, and with it came the choice. You've seen enough to know what's missing, the archivist said quietly. The boy turned his head slightly. Not everything, no, but enough. He took a breath, the kind that precedes hard truths. I remember her hand on my shoulder, her voice, the way she said my name, even though I still can't hear it. I remember her leaving, and I remember wanting to go after her, but I didn't. I was afraid. The archivist said nothing. She knew better than to soothe too soon. The boy sat beside the orb, arms resting on his knees. What happens if I take the rest back? If I remember all of it? She didn't answer right away. She had been considering this moment since the orb had first cracked. If you reclaim it, she said slowly, the memory will fully return to you. The pain, the weight, the responsibility of it. You'll no longer be suspended between forgetting and becoming. You'll be yourself again. And if I don't, then you remain as you are. Untethered, unfinished. The moment may fade again, or drift to someone else, or perhaps stay in this place, bloom another flower in the garden. He stared at the orb. I don't know who I was, he said. What if I don't like him? She looked at him steadily. He didn't vanish because he was weak. He vanished because something hurt him deeply enough to break the moment apart. He closed his eyes. I'm scared. Good, she said softly. So was he. They sat in silence. Wind moved through the garden. A sparrow landed near the fence and watched them both before hopping away. The boy opened his eyes. Will it change me? The archivist tilted her head. You're already changed. The moment you chose to follow the thread instead of turning back, you began becoming someone new. He reached toward the orb. His fingers hovered above it. If I do this, what do I become? She leaned forward, voice calm. You become the person who lived the moment fully, even if it broke you, especially if it did. The boy pressed his fingers against the orb. Light flared, not violently, just deeply, like the truth of fire in winter. The orb pulsed once, twice, and then shattered. Not into fragments, but into light. It washed over the boy's hands, his arms, his chest, his face. He gasped, but did not pull away. His body trembled, his lips parted. I remember her name was Miriam. She left to protect me. His voice cracked. I waited too long. I thought I would forget. And then I did. A tear slid down his cheek. But I loved her. He said it not like someone declaring something new, but like someone finally saying the thing that had waited the longest to be said. And in that moment, the boy was no longer incomplete. Not fixed, but whole. The light faded. The orb was gone. Only the memory remained. His. The archivist reached out, gently resting her hand on his shoulder. "You remembered," she whispered. He turned to her, tear-streaked and breathing deeply. "I think I'm ready now." "For what?" she asked. He looked toward the sky, now pale gold with the rising sun. "To live a moment that isn't lost." Chapter 16. Filing the future. The path back was not the same. The land had not changed. The trees still swayed gently in the wind. The crumbling ruins of the surface city still rested like bones in a forgotten field. The cracked door to the old elevator tower still stood half open, vines curling through the frame like fingers. But she had changed, and she carried something with her. Not the orb, it was gone. Transformed, absorbed, remembered. But what remained was deeper, a resonance in her bones, a vibration in her fingertips, as if a door inside her had been unlocked. For the first time in 100 years, she was not returning to file the past. She was bringing back a future. The boy had stayed behind. He had chosen to remain above for now, to walk forward into the life that had waited for him beyond forgetting. He had stood in the garden with his face to the wind and said, simply, "I think I want to see what happens next." She had nodded, and now she descended. The elevator groaned beneath her feet as it sank into the stone belly of the world. The light from above thinned until only darkness remained, pierced faintly by the bioluminescent veins that pulsed along the walls. She breathed in silence like oxygen, and when the lift stopped at the threshold of the vaults, she stepped through as if returning from the other side of something sacred. The drawers were awake. She could feel it in the air. As she moved through the aisles, drawers whispered open slightly, curious, responding not to her presence, but to what had changed within her. Something they did not recognize, yet could not ignore. At the far end of the central vault, she stopped. Here was a drawer she had never used. One designed long ago, but never filled. It bore no number, no symbol, only a single word etched into the brass. Becoming. She stood before it for a long time. This drawer had been waiting since the founding of the archive, its purpose theorized but never realized. A drawer meant not for lost things, but for moments not yet lived. For possibility, for choice, for the fragile flicker between what was and what could still be. With slow, deliberate motion, the archivist opened it. Inside was nothing. Not velvet, not compartments, not even light. Just space. She reached into her satchel and withdrew a small object, a silver leaf, delicate as breath. It had fallen from the memory tree. The moment the boy remembered his name, it pulsed faintly in her hand. She placed it in the drawer, and the moment it settled, light bloomed outward, soft, unmapped, alive. Images rose briefly, not memories, but possibilities. A boy laughing in a city rebuilt from green. A stranger finding a journal left on a bench and deciding to begin again. An archivist standing under an open sky, weeping not from sorrow but from wonder. The drawer accepted it all and closed itself. The glow lingered, then dimmed into stillness. The archivist stood in the quiet for a long time, listening to the pulse of the archive around her. But something was different now. She was no longer the same custodian of yesterday. She had filed the first future, and the archive would never be the same. In the hallway, outside the vault, a small drawer opened on its own. Inside, a single line had appeared on an empty card. She came back changed, and we all felt it. Chapter 17. The drawers glow brighter. The change began in silence. Not thunder, not flame, not proclamation, just a glow. At first, only the archivist noticed it. Drawers she passed in the upper halls began to pulse faintly, not with the usual steady hues of stored memory, but with new colors. Hues she had never seen in the archive before. Soft rose golds tinged with green, shifting blues like moonlight on water, a silver so pale it could barely be called light at all. She paused in one corridor, reached out, and touched a drawer marked S43 Gay. once home to the quiet moment of a woman letting go of a name she no longer needed. The drawer responded not by opening, but by brightening. It shimmered, and then, with a gentle sound like wind catching silk, it adjusted itself, reshaped its contents. The archivist gasped softly. The drawer had rewritten itself, not erasing but evolving. The memory inside had grown. She moved through the corridors in widening spirals, observing more drawers doing the same, moments long held in stasis beginning to breathe again. Not just flickering, but shifting, branching, rebalancing. A memory of a letter never mailed now pulsed with the image of someone deciding, years later, to write again. A lost glance across a train station now held the possibility of a second encounter. A sorrowful goodbye now lingered with the faint suggestion of return. These were not rewritten memories. They were becoming futures. The archivist wasn't alone long. By midday, the vault keepers emerged from their chambers. Scribes came from the ink wing, their scrolls forgotten at their desks. Tenders gathered in the central vault, murmuring softly. They didn't ask what she had done. They didn't need to. They could feel it. Some touched the walls. Others closed their eyes and simply listened. The archive, once solemn and still, was now humming, softly, richly, not unlike a song played far underground, reverberating through the roots of the world. One of the junior archivists, a young woman named Lyra, with ink-stained fingers and a hesitant voice, approached the archivist. "You filed something," she said. "Yes," the archivist replied. "But not from the past." "No." Lyra looked around at the shifting drawers. "What happens now?" The archivist hesitated, then smiled. It was a small smile, but the kind that could rebuild bridges or plant forests. "We stop, only looking back." They stood there together in the glow. One by one, drawers long closed began to stir open. Not to be emptied, but to be added to. New compartments formed within old ones. Memories folded open like wings. Elsewhere in the city, the reflection pools began to ripple. The whispering arch started speaking in two voices, one familiar, one new, and in the deepest chamber of the archive, a vault door, marked simply unyoded, trembled once and unlocked. That evening, the archivist returned to her quiet chamber, lit by soft lamps and steady moss glow. But something about the silence had shifted. It no longer felt like a shield. It felt like a field, ready for planting. She opened her journal for the first time in many years. She wrote, "Today, the drawers remembered how to change. Today, memory began walking forward. Today, we realized we are not only keepers of what is gone, we are gardeners of what comes next." And as she closed the journal, a tiny drawer above her writing table slid open. It had never held anything, until now. Chapter 18. The Archivist Above and Below. The stairs were no longer sealed. The archivist climbed them not with urgency, but with reverence. She moved through the spiral corridor beneath the surface tower, each step echoing softly, stone on stone, memory on breath. The city below was behind her, though not left behind. It had changed in her absence, and continued to change. The drawers now pulsed with choice. The keepers wrote new classifications for emergent memories. The whispering arch no longer only spoke of what had been lost. It whispered names, not yet spoken, ideas still forming, voices of futures being born. But she returned to the surface often now, not to escape, but to remember differently. She emerged into the soft light of morning, a light she no longer feared. The sky greeted her like an old friend, wide and warm. The ruined tower still stood, its stones softened by moss, but its door now opened easily. The path beyond had been cleared, slowly, carefully, not to rebuild, but to make space for rediscovery. At the edge of the garden, he waited. The boy, now taller, clearer-eyed. Not all of his memories had returned, but the ones that mattered had, and from them he had begun to grow. He smiled when he saw her. "Found another drawer that won't close?" he asked, gently. She smiled back. "Several." He walked beside her as they entered the old city square, now partly cleared, its broken fountain filled with rainwater. Around its edges, new vines bloomed with memory flowers, blossoms of possibility, fed not by forgetting, but by the choice to remember differently. The archivist had begun planting seeds here, tiny silvery stones, each one containing a single potential, a moment not yet lived. She no longer archived them, she shared them. Children from nearby settlements had begun to return to the outskirts of the city. They played in the garden, sat near the tree of glowing fruit. They didn't know they were near a vault of lost moments, but they felt it, and they dreamed more vividly because of it. Some drew pictures of people they hadn't met yet. Some spoke of places they'd never seen, but described in detail. One child said, "I think I used to be sad, but I don't remember why," and then laughed, as though it had never mattered. The archivist sat beside the boy on the fountain's rim. The orb was gone, but its legacy lived in the shifting, the way memory no longer lived only in drawers but in gardens and journals and choices. He looked at her and asked, "Do you ever miss how it used to be?" She considered this. "Yes," she said. "The quiet, the order, the safety." Then she looked up at the sky, where birds circled above trees, reclaiming rooftops. "But I don't miss only that, and that's the difference." He nodded. "Will you ever stop keeping memories?" She smiled, not gently, but broadly, like the first smile of spring. "I don't think I'm only a keeper anymore," she said. "I think I'm also a witness, and a planter, maybe even a beginner." He laughed. "Aren't you supposed to be ancient?" "I'm just older than most things," she said. "But today I'm exactly as old as I need to be." The wind stirred the garden behind them. Somewhere deep below, a drawer opened by itself, not for filing, but for welcoming. It made space for the first co-authored memory between an archivist and a boy who once had no past, and it glowed with green light, the color of becoming. End. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. And until next time, rest well.